Okay, says I'm live. And so here we go. My background, you can see my tree. That's kind of nice. I didn't expect that when I set it up. But it is right in a pretty good position. The table is a mess because when I came home from the hygiene, I was worried about me too. I'm not healed, but they did as much as they could. I had colitis, and so I cannot keep down solid food. And I have to find out if it's autoimmune or just an infection. And I won't know that for another 6 to 8 weeks. They have to do a biopsy to find out for sure. Hopefully, they said with my age that it's not usually autoimmune. But I would love to see you. I missed all you guys, and I'm so sorry I couldn't show up. I scheduled it, but there was no way. It came on so suddenly, I had no time to unschedule it before I was carted off to the hospital. So I'm so great to see you again, and I hope to be here. If you see the screen is open and I'm not there, I'll be right back. That just means I had to make a quick trip. But I'm hoping I am doing better now, so I'm hoping to do this because I really missed that. I'm used to having these streams, and I had no touch, wasn't in touch at all this week and a half. So, see you later. And thanks for stopping by. So, as I was saying, I now have a mess on my table, which we painstakingly cleaned off before all this happened. And it was looking pretty good. All I had on there was my planner, which I was working on. But when I got home from the hospital, I had a huge pile of mail, which we had to open up and see what was what, because there was a few things I had to deal with. And one of them is my application to renew my Medicaid, and I can't lose that. So it's like I've got to get it filled out. They don't give you many days. I have to make all these copies, you know, showing my income and everything. And I'll get that sent out. They give me, I think it has to be received by the 12th, or so I don't have too many days. So that's on the table along with the mail that has to be dealt with. So it was nice and clean last week. Right now, until I get all, you know, go through all the package. I had a ton of packages. When I got back, my neighbor collected all my packages. It seems like every time I order stuff, I end up going in the hospital. And then I have to call the neighbor. Hi, Catherine. We have a Zoom meeting, but I wanted to say hello and I'll get her out of the hospital. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad to be back. I've missed everybody. Thanks for stopping by. This may not be my normal 9-hour one, but I'm going to go for as long as I can. But thank you so much for stopping by. It looks a little more festive with the tree in the background. I do like that. Shame I can't keep it up all year. Hi, Kite. Thank you so much. I'm glad I'm out of the hospital, too. It wasn't a pleasant stay, that's for sure. Still recovering, but they did as much as they can in the hospital. CAT scan's clear now, so all I can do is work at trying to reintroduce solid food. That's my problem right now. Can't have very many. I'm on a very restricted diet, but I have to be able to tolerate, you know, solid food. I had colitis, and I never had that. It was very painful. It was very nasty. And I couldn't have foods. I was on solids for a long time before they even introduced food. And that was very restricted. So I got very little I can eat. So I wanted to get back into the saddle again. I missed my streams. I missed my people. And so I'm going to give it a try. I don't know how long I'm going to last. I have a huge backload of paper that has to be taken care of. Thank you. I'm glad you love my tree. My daughter, she brought me home, and the last thing I expected her to do was say, do you want me to put the tree up? I'm like, yeah, because I can't do it myself. And she put the tree up. I was amazed, and I didn't realize when she put it up, it's in the perfect position. So it helps that background behind me. So it worked out pretty good. And I love the flash. And she asked me if I wanted them solid or blinking. I said, blinking, please. I like blinking. I see a couple spots here that I can't really see a light in, but she did pretty good putting it together. I mean, it was kind of a rush, and I'm surprised she even stayed to do that because she was kind of in a hurry. So she had to help me do a few things before she could leave. Couldn't just leave me here. She had to do a few things. So I was surprised that putting up the tree was one of them. It is a lovely festive background, and it makes the picture so much nicer. And once I get my mess on the table cleaned back up and then start working on my art supplies that are on this side, they're art supplies. Once I get that straightened up, so it's not overloaded like it is right now, it'll look a little nicer in here. And I actually still have the old computer, which is in my way, but I think we're going to be able to move that out of the way because we seem to be doing pretty good with everything coming over from the old computer, except for a few programs I have to download, and I'm not sure how to do that yet. The programs I paid for and then needed to unlock to use. So, like, I need the keys or whatever. I guess you download it and put the key in, but I'm not sure. So, I was so glad she took the time to put that tree up. It's perfect. It's just in the perfect position. And it draws your eye away from all the mess around me. But they're there because I have piles I have to go through of different things that need attending to, which is probably what I'll end up doing mostly rather than writing. I have to write, but so I can clean this mess back up and get caught up on all the stuff that needs to be taken care of while I was in a hospital, because there wasn't a whole lot I could do there. So I am going to most likely start. Like, my Medicaid application is very important, and I need so many different papers that have to be sent back. I mean, they want your whole life. So, are you here for spring or just stopping by? I've had a few people stop by so far and just say hi. Because I'm going to start a sprint soon anyhow. Whether anybody comes or not, and start working on this stuff. Work my way through it. Clear off my table again. Because my aide came in and I'm sure she was looking at it because she helped me clean it off. And the stuff had to go there. It had to be separated. So if you're going to stay and do sprints, I'll set up a sprint and we can get started. Couldn't wait to get back. I didn't know if I should dive in this, if this is too soon or not. So we'll see how I feel. I just love that tree. I'm gonna sit here and watch the tree the whole time if I'm not careful. I'm not big on Christmas really, but it's my dad's tree. So my mom and dad, and my mom's been gone 7 years. My dad's in a nursing home with a stroke. So I asked if I could have it. So Kate says I'm good for chatting or spring. I've got part of my Camp July project all written. So I'm starting my final edit run before I start posting it online in January. Oh, great. That's great. Yeah, still working on my July project, which turned into my November project because I rewrote it, changed it. And of course, I never finished writing it because fate intervened. So, I mean, I did in Nano before this happened, thankfully. But let's go ahead and start a sprint. Can always talk in between. That way I can start getting through some of this paperwork, getting it out of the way. I don't remember if you're a 20-minute person or a 30-minute person. I normally do 30. A large majority of my people do 30, but I do occasionally get requests for less. So if 30 is too much for you, let me know. I'll schedule either a 20 or a 25 instead. I like to let the people, make a decision. Most of them like 30 in my group, anyhow. I go on other ones and they do short ones. I'm like a 10-minute sprint. I no sooner got to the place I need to get to on my document and it's already over with. So I don't do 10-minute sprints. 15 is the smallest I'll go. And I really don't like them either. 30 works better. Okay, great. Then I'm going to set a 30-minute, and I remember to share the screen this time. Oh boy. You find my timer. Okay. Share. We're going to set it for 30. I'm going to start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Good. That makes me a little bit bigger, so I'm not such a teeny tiny little thing. Okay. I'm going to put the mute on because I may have to make some copies and my printer will make a lot of racket. If I start again and you don't hear me, just put mute in the chat so I know that I forgot to take it off. I've been known to do that. So I'm going to put the mute on. All right. Well, it's a quick 30 minutes. So I did get something accomplished. So I guess that's the main thing. Um, I shredded as much as I could, but my shredder's full again. It's awkward and heavy for me. I had my 8 emptied earlier. It's already jam full, and I don't dare pick it up because I'll have paper everywhere. So I'm gonna have to stop with the shredding for now. I have probably at least two more containers full before I even get caught up on this huge pile. So, how'd you do? Some editing done? Got a huge pile of recycles sitting here too. Because I have to go through each of these and pull out all the stuff that doesn't have to be shredded, because the shredding pile is bad enough without having stuff that doesn't need shredding. I did about 1K of chapter 1. That's good. Yeah, with editing, I'm never sure how long that's going to take. Depends on whether you're just editing or if you do like I do and rewrite as you're going along with your editing. Hi. Well, thank you for popping in and asking. I'm doing much better. They sent me home because there's not much more they can do now. It just has to heal on its own. But I am definitely doing much better. I missed everybody. Nice to see you. Sorry you can't stay. Well, thanks for stopping by. Maybe you can come into another one and stay. Once I see how this goes, whether or not I go back to my regular schedule or not. So far, so good. It's been in not quite an hour, but doing pretty good. So I just wish I didn't have to leave so suddenly. I didn't even get a chance to cancel my scheduled one for last week. I was a little bad. There wasn't anything I could do though. Out of my hands. Hope to see you soon. Kate says, yeah, I had to do a bunch of rewriting based on alpha reader feedback. Took about 4 months or so to finish the lab. I usually can't rewrite as I write without losing too much momentum. One else thing, whether or not you're going for a speed or I like to do it all at one time. That's just the way I am. And then everybody does differently. I got feedback from an alpha reader on the first half of mine. Of course, I wasn't able to do anything in the hospital about it. So I was able to read it because I could access Google Docs. So I was able to read the information in there that she put in there. And for the most part, there's not too many changes that have to be made, but I really edited that beginning to pieces. Sorry about that. That was my phone. So I still have to work on the last half, write it, and then okay, so Mijal. I'm not sure. I get her name all the time. Mijal. I'm sorry if it's wrong. I'm glad you're doing great. No problem. I will pop in hopefully next week or so since Nano had me trained. Hope you have an amazing day and a great writing session. Well, thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you. So I have to pull up my Google Docs, get the things that need to be changed, go into my document. And for the most part, I agree with what she said. And like I said, there wasn't too much in there really that needed changing. And I just started reading Save the Cat Goes to the Movies, which was written by the original guy. It's his second book. And it's on screenplays, but it has a lot of the genres broken down and beats and everything, and gives you examples. And much better than Save the Cat writes a novel written by that other person. I read part of that book and I just could not get into it. But this is, I find really fascinating. And I find the fact that my story unwittingly follows a lot of those beats because I didn't have anything that I followed by. I just wrote as it came up. Sorry. I have to let my daughter know I'm still alive and kicking, or she's going to be driving me crazy. So yeah, I did pretty good with the first half, but this one will be a really rough draft if she's still willing to read the ending. I need to find a couple other people to read it. Still have text back. It's just a warning. So I still have to pull that out and do that. Then I have to finish writing the end of the book. Then I need to get that read. And I have to finish reading at least the section on the category I decided my story fits in, and kind of check out the beats and see just how off I am. Kay says it's awesome you hit the genre beats without even meaning to, per se. But you're more of an intuitive writer instead of methodical, like following specific genre methods out like story maps. Yeah, I'm a pantser, and I do not do any preparation. It's all in my head. So I was actually surprised to find out how many of them seem to be pretty much, and if they're not right on, they're pretty darn close. And I had never read anything on it, so I had no real experience with it. So I was really surprised to see how many actually fit. And there's a lot of genres, and within the genres are categories. So the genre that is monster in the house. And basically that's what my story, it's not a real monster like a, Frankenstein monster. It's a monster as in, a situation or a person or whatever. Well, I have killers in there, so. But are they actually the monsters? Or is the fact that they talk about the fact that like infidelity is considered kind of a category, and it could be the underlying monster, the whole thing. It calls what happened to happen. If there hadn't been infidelity, most likely what happened wouldn't have happened and those people would still be alive. So I like how they explain it, and I like how my story seems to fit in, even with the crazy explanations they give. So I have to finish reading that. How's the other daughter? Doing great. Okay. Yeah, so I guess that's what you call intuitive writer, or what do they call them? There's another term I've heard used also. Let's see, did you see Ellen Brock's video, The 4 Types of Novel Writers? Her framework was super helpful for me to understand my process of writing a bit better. No, I have not seen that one. 4 Types of Novel Writers. I know of 3, if you're talking about pantser, plotter, and planter. And maybe you're talking about different types of novel writers. Not really sure. Video. Always look it up and give it a... Always pick the best types. 4 types of novel writers. Yeah, because we all have our own way of writing. Because even the people that plot it out carefully do it in different varying stages, from totally detailed to, really loose outline. So there are a lot of give and take within each one. So she describes the 4 axle framework: plotters versus pantsers, and intuitive versus methodological. Sorry, I probably butchered that word. I tend toward the intuitive plotter side myself. Intuitive plotter. I'm definitely a pantser, and I struggle with definitely struggle with outline. I tried to do it once and it was a total disaster. I ended up writing it the way I always do. Out of my head. It's in my head. What can I say? What I need it on paper for? Intuitive plotter is a writer who needs to plan before the first draft, but does so based on intuition or gut feeling rather than following a specific method or structural system. Okay. Intuitive pantser, a writer who has better results with not plotting or planning the first draft. They're able to intuitively sense the flow and rhythm of story as they write and edit. That fits me. Definitely fits me. Methodological. Oh man. A writer who utilizes both a strong grasp of methods or techniques as well as thorough planning before writing. Yeah, no planning. Don't plan. They may think a minute and say, I think this goes together. That's about as much planning as I do. Methodological pantser. A writer needs a strong grasp of methods or techniques, yet they tend to have a vision that develops as they work, so also need freedom of fancy or user planning. Yeah, I think I'm more the intuitive pantser. Most part, I know what I'm doing just from diving into it. I don't really think much about it. Only enough to get an idea on what it is I want to write. I mean, obviously, I have to think about that. I can't just dive into it. That's pretty interesting. My daughter's texting me. I'll be right back. Text her, or she'll just keep texting me. Okay. Hopefully that answers her question. Yeah, currently my diet consists of toast and jelly and vegetable juice. Whoopee. Same thing I can keep in my stomach so far. I did have scrambled eggs for dinner, and so far, no problem. So we might be able to add some scrambled eggs to the mix. And I cheated. Someone sent me a candy bar, and I looked at it, and I'm like, well, they didn't specifically say I couldn't have candy. And I thought about what was in it. I said, well, I don't think there's anything. I'm not supposed to have lactose, so I don't know whether chocolate has lactose in it or not. But I ate the candy bar, and so far, no ill effects. So we'll see. Okay. Well, I think it's time for another um, sprint because I just found the Medicaid application that I have to take care of. So I need to get started on that so I can get that back before they have a fit and cancel my Medicaid on me. Then I'd be in a big. And it's not the 12th, it's the 18th. I thought it was the 12th earlier. And I got to the 18th, which gives me a few more days to. I have to make copies of stuff and fill out the application and think about whether or not I had anything on there happen during the year that I forgot about. So if you're ready, we can do another 30-minute sprint. All right, great. 30 minutes. Then we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. I'm going to mute again since it's noisy in this house. Hi, Rose. Nice to see you. I'm hanging in there. I'm not 100% yet, but the hospital did all they could. Now I just have to wait for my stomach to heal and be able to eat solid food again. But I'm doing a lot better. So I figured, I want to get back into my live streams if I can. It's really nice to see you, and thank you for asking. It was a rough week and a half, but it's over now. The hard part is over now. I wish I were 100% better, but I'm not yet. And that could take weeks and weeks before I can tolerate solid food. Slept better last night being out of that hospital bed. God, those things are so uncomfortable. And because I'm a fall risk, every time I had to go to the bathroom, I had to ask for someone to come in and help me. And that is like the pits. Not only having to ask, but to have somebody help do it. So, thank God I'm past that point. Are you staying and writing or taking off? I've had a lot of people pop in to wish me well wishes. I'm busy working through the ton of paperwork I got while I was in the hospital. One of which is my reapplication for Medicaid, and I can't screw that up. I got to get that back. I don't know when it came in, but I got to get it back. So I'm looking for paperwork, and I have to make copies and fill out all the pages, and it's annoying and something you got to do every year. But it saves me so much more money and makes it so I can get some better health care. So just have to do it. And my daughter put my tree up for me, and it makes a nice backdrop. I didn't realize it when she put it up where it was going to be, and I thought, wow, that's perfect. I framed out the picture. So there's my tree. Little apartment-sized tree. But I can't put it up, so I said, watch. If you can put it up, because otherwise I'm not having a tree unless you're coming back again later on to put it up. She don't like coming over here where I live. I gotta do the paperwork before I can start writing again. I have a lot of writing to do, but until I clean up this mess of paperwork, I have to keep plowing through it. I did a bunch of uh, shredding, and it's full, and I'm afraid if I'm not careful, the lid will pop off and it will pop all over the place. I'll have to tell my aide when she goes to change it tomorrow to be very careful because it's full of berry dust. She'll have to clean all the paper up. So it would behoove her to take it easy and make sure the lid stays on when she moves it to empty it. Well, it looks like Rosalind left, so I'll mute again. Jen, you made it. Hi. I'm busy working on my Medicaid application. Whoopee! Can't get back to writing until I clear up all this paperwork from when I was in hospital. Because it piled up. And I gotta sort it, and I gotta do what I have to do with it. And that has to come before writing. So it's currently on hold. I did get some good suggestions from my alpha reader. So I still have to go back in and pull that document so I can make the few changes. She only suggested a few things. She liked most of it. Oh, Jen, I'll tell you. I had a really bad case of colitis. And if you've ever had that, it is a terrible stomach disorder. And I couldn't eat, drink, or anything, and nothing stays in my stomach. And I'm not better, but because I'm able to tolerate a little bit of solid food, not very many, but a few things, and I'm not completely having non-stop trips to the bathroom, food staying in my stomach. They sent me home to finish recuperating, but I won't be able to resume regular food for a while. Hopefully just a couple weeks, and then I'll be able to go back to my regular diet. But right now, can't have anything practically. I'm living on toast, jelly, and vegetable juice. Lovely diet. Could be worse. So I decided I wanted to try a sprint live stream tonight. See how it goes. Maybe I can resume my regular live streams. I'm so sorry I didn't make it last Friday. Hi, Amber. Nice to see you. We're just finishing up our second sprint. Got about 4 minutes left. I had to put my writing to the side, though, because I have to deal with this paperwork first. It's more important. Jan, you dropped in on Charlie one day to ask about me. Well, I have been in contact with Charlie, so he may have been able to help you a little bit. He was one person I was able to get a hold of, because I happen to have his email address, so I was able to send him an email from the hospital. This hospital I went to didn't have all the amenities of the last one, so I didn't have, Wi-Fi built into my bed, a nice internet screen, and a keyboard like the other hospital. I wanted to go to the other hospital, but they weren't taking new patients, so I had to go to a hospital kind of far from me. So I popped in on Charlie a couple times with a few emails and trying to keep my phone charged. I couldn't keep, the YouTube running because every time I moved, the phone would unplug from the charger. So I had to keep it charged as much as possible. So I couldn't keep doing that. So I didn't get to spend all that time I would normally, even though I have a hard time with smartphones, I would pop into different streams and try to participate. But I did a lot of reading. And I read Save the Cat Goes to the Movies. And that's by the original author. And it's very good and much better than the new Save the Cat Writes a Novel. And it really helped me a lot. It helped me understand my story. And I realized that without knowing it, I was kind of following the beats on my own. It's pretty close. So I was really surprised. And I got Romancing the Beat, but I didn't get a chance to start reading that one. Maybe I'll write a romance novel. We'll see. So this particular sprint is almost finished. Now, are you here to write tonight? It's funny, Charlie knows my real name. And I was wondering if he was going to remember when I sent the email who I was. Because my email was in my legal name. I'm thinking, is he going to know who in the world this is? But he did. She did. Sorry. I still get that confused. I have a lot to learn about transgender. I am not perfect in that aspect. I am trying very hard to remember. But I still slip every now and then. Well, Amber's about to edit a podcast. That's cool. I hadn't even thought about doing a podcast. Given so much I'm trying to do now, I can't imagine adding podcasts to it. Let me get this timer before it goes beeping us to the... The last one I didn't catch very fast, and it kept beeping and beeping. I'm like, oh, stop already. Let's get this out of the way. Alrighty then. So, how did we do? Amber interviews authors and entrepreneurs about their struggles to get to the success they are at today. That's interesting. There are so many podcasts out there. I don't even know how to listen to one. I'm a little behind the times. I don't even know how you listen to them. I swear you can type. Sure you can. You say that an awful lot, but I don't know. Okay, Kate says, finishing editing chapter 1. Okay, I'll throw it out for 20 minutes for Bo's potty run, but I'll be back later. Okay, have fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. I don't miss animals. Sometimes they do. Most of the time they do. Let's see. Amber says, the afterthought. I do it on camera on my YouTube, and then also in the description is all the audio on all the places. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand that. I would have to do a lot of learning before I would create a podcast, I think, because I don't know, they seem a little complicated. I know Charlie does it. He does, I don't know how many he's got. He does more than one, I think. And all that stuff he does. He's so busy. I think I got the same amount of hours in my day, but it doesn't seem like it. Can you imagine doing everything she's doing? I gotta stop that. Gotta get that right. I don't want to appear out of touch, but I guess I am a little bit. It's the second Saturday of each month. Starting January, the fourth Saturday will feature those that are still in the process of getting there, but I see promise in. Interesting. Janice says, is the background of the avatar starry sky to all to Ember? Yep. Well, now I gotta look at it. Let's see what we're looking at. Oh, I hit the wrong one. I subscribed. Well, she didn't waste any time. She subscribed. Or background the all. The best way to do podcasting is to take one whole day to interview, record multiple people. I'm just figuring out how to use this as a use this for my live streaming. It's on my desktop computer. Amber says, thanks, Jen. Hope you like them. Jen says, I listen to podcasts all day. And Amber says, me too. I haven't, I can't say that I won't say that I've never listened to a podcast. Years ago, I've listened to some podcasts, and I don't know whether things have changed over the years or not. I don't know how easy or how difficult it is. I do know a lot of people say they're going to start a podcast. I think I managed to listen to one of Charlie's, and that was a pure accident because I got onto the page. I didn't know how to turn the podcast on. And then I ended up clicking somewhere else and the podcast came up. So I did listen to one section. But for the most part, I really don't know anything about them. What do you listen to them on? You used to have this special program you had to have to listen to them. Long, long time ago. I'm getting hungry. One of the bad things about not getting a lot of solid food at once is I'm hungry a lot faster. Oh, I think I can eat now, though. Can I? Oh, maybe I'm longer than I thought I was. It's almost 10 o'clock. I should have eaten a while ago. Oh, the next, I guess, food comes first. See if I can take it down. Thank you, Jen. My daughter asked me last night when she brought me home from the hospital if I wanted her to put it up. And I said, if you would, please, because otherwise I'm not going to get it up. I can't put it up myself. So she put the tree together and decorated the lights because they weren't on there. Everything else was on there. A lot of things fell off. But she decorated my tree. And then I noticed when I started up today, that it was in the perfect place. So now I have a background, and it kind of draws away from. I'm sitting further over though, under my name, but you can see the tree the other way. Draws away from the mess around me that I'm busy working on. It's spread out all over my thing. So now, are you writing? Should I set up another 30-minute? We've been doing 30 minutes, friends, as usual. Are you joining in tonight? Can't get over that tree. It was so perfect. It blinks for 6 hours, and it came on around 7, just before 7:30. So it'll go off after midnight. It just blinks in a 6 hour, or runs in a 6 hour cycle. It's on a timer. It comes on every same time every night. It goes off the same time. I don't know if it's possible to put it on, stay on all the time or not. It runs by battery powered lights, so this will last till after Christmas most likely. Unless I put it on, be on all day, then it would be a different story. Okay. You guys joining in, or should I just start this 30-minute sprint and get going? So I gotta eat something. I think I should have eaten earlier. I think I went too. All right, I'm gonna start. Yeah, I'm gonna get some food. I have to eat. All right, timer. 30 minutes. I'm gonna start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Mute. Hi, Tamama. Nice to see you. This is actually the third sprint. Um, I'm doing better. The hospital did all they could do. Now they said it's just going to take time. So there's very few foods I can actually eat that'll stay in my stomach. So I'll be eating a lot of toast and jelly and the vegetable juice to kind of get a little bit of nutrients. Can't have lactose, can't have fiber. Besides the fact that I can't have sodium, cholesterol, and sugar. Not a lot on my diet. But this seems to be the easiest on my stomach. Kate says work stuff came up. Good Lord. Work has a habit of intruding at times. I haven't worked for 10 years. I went on disability 10 years ago, so work is one issue I don't have to deal with. Excuse me. I do apologize. And unfortunately, part of the process I'm going through and is a lot of burping. But if I can keep it in my stomach, we'll put up with the burping. I like vegetable juice. Not bad. I like tomato juice better. Because the veg, but I figure I need some of these nutrients from the vegetable juice, so drink the vegetable juice. It could take weeks, they said, before I can really start adding food back into my diet. I'm going to see how each one affects me as to whether I can eat it or not. Not fun. And then 6 to 8 weeks from now, I get to have a colonoscopy and have a biopsy done to see whether or not this is Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis or just regular colitis. They're leaning toward regular infectious colitis because of my age. I'm a little old to be developing those other diseases, but can't rule it out until it's ruled out. So, yeah, I have never been the person who does things the way it's supposed to be done. How many times I've been told, you can't do that. Well, obviously you can because I'm doing it. Open your eyes and look. But it's not possible. It must be possible. I'm doing it. Sometimes I hate doctors. I couldn't work on my story at all, so it's totally wherever the heck I left it. Which means I have to get back in the groove. But right now I got to deal with all this mail before I can do anything, including my Medicaid application. Because if I don't renew it, they won't renew my Medicaid, and then I'm in big trouble. Yummy. Vegetable juice. I'm going to be pretty sick of toast and jelly pretty soon, too. Every meal is toast and jelly and vegetable juice. But I did have a piece of candy today. Like, it was sitting here, and I'm like, it's not going to sit there for long. I'm going to eat it. I don't care. I'm eating it. So far, so good. I guess chocolate's okay. Yippee. One more thing I can add to my diet. No lactose means no ice cream, unless I get lactose-free ice cream. And I can only imagine what that must taste like. I love ice cream. I had an ice cream fest a couple weeks before this happened. I really overdosed on the ice cream. Way overdosed on the ice cream. But I'm pretty sure that has nothing to do with what happened. Five more minutes. Vegan ice creams. I haven't had anything vegan. I don't know whether vegan ice cream has lactose in it, though, or not. It's the problem I have to watch out for. Is I'm not allowed to have lactose. My stomach won't tolerate lactose right now. I have to stay away from it for a couple weeks and then maybe ease it in and see if I can tolerate it or not. Next time I go to the store, I might check out the ice cream section and see what they got. And it has to be lactose free. I can't have any lactose. So if it's just, a reduced product, it's not going to help me. I know they make lactose free ice cream. I'm pretty sure they do. This is better than eating vegetables. If I have to have vegetables, I'd rather have it in juice than I'm not a vegetable eater. No lactose in vegan things. I don't know much about vegan, so I don't know much about lactose either. Except I do know it's in ice cream and milk. Those are the two things I know for sure. And yogurt. Three things. Oh, vegetables done. Good girl. I'm not even going to start working on this application because it's almost done. I had to go to a hospital that's far away from here too, because the local hospitals weren't accepting new patients, which was a real pain. So I got taken to a hospital pretty far away, and then they come in and say, "We're taking you, and we have to transfer you." And I'm like, "Transfer me? He said, oh, this is only an ER. We don't have rooms in here. So then I had to be transferred even further away to a hospital in their little group of hospitals. So they're trying to get, give me doctors. I said, look, I don't live around here. I'm not going to any of your doctors. I will find one in my area. I can take my daughter an hour to come pick me up. And they can't go in the hospital. So you just pull into the lot, you call up, you let them know you're there, and then they bring down the patient and you get out of the wheelchair and go to the car. They're not allowing anybody in the hospital. So things are completely done differently now. And of course I couldn't have any visitors at all. I was all by my nose. Single rooms are nice though. I don't have to deal with other patients, and that's good. The newer hospitals are coming out with single rooms. They're beginning to realize, I think, that it doesn't work as well to have two people in one room. It's a lot easier to have people separated. So the newer hospitals are building their hospitals to one patient per room. All right. Time is over. Third sprint is done. So how did everybody do? I wanted to sleep today because I didn't get any sleep in the hospital. The darn phone wouldn't stop ringing. Doctor's office wanted to make follow-up appointments. All kinds of stuff. So did anybody get anything done worth mentioning? I ate, so that's what I did. Mama's making a thumbnail. Yeah, I had to quick make up a couple earlier. One, I had a video, so needed one for that, and then I had needed one for this live stream, and then I had to make one for Instagram, which I never did see it come up. I hit publish, but I didn't see it up. Couldn't find it when I went looking for it. Kate says I found out I gotta chew out one of my coworkers for being in the master proposal document when they shouldn't be. Oh boy, that sucks. Definitely sucks. Jen says she's messed up many a master copy in her time. Um, well, when more than one person has access to a document, there could always be an accident. Jen says she will always screw up the formula. Always. I had to fix a spreadsheet just recently, and somebody made the spreadsheet for me. So some of it was okay, but I don't know what they were doing. It didn't work right. And so they said they'd redo it and send it back to me. And they sent me back one that was even worse. And I'm like, great. Now I said, I'm not going to say anything else. I'll just try to fix it myself. I'm not really super great with formulas in Excel. So you should have seen me um, working on that, trying to make the whole thing work. I get my, I, I gotta get my daughter. I will see you if you're still going when I get back. Okay, bye, Amber. Thanks for showing up. We might be. I don't know how bad I feel. Kate says, ugh, this stock has had so many formatting issues. So we're trying to lock it down so no one has to pull another 10-hour formatting run. That would irritate me. I used to have documents that I created, and the girl that I worked with had to go into the document to do some stuff, and she would invariably mess something up because she didn't know what she was doing with computers. And it's practically teach her everything. And so we got her taught on one part of the job, but she would go in and mess something up, and I'd have to figure out what it is she does. Janice Schindler. And, what she was doing in there, she didn't belong in there, really. She was supposed to be able to just put her information in and get out. But she would do something every time she went in there, and I'd have to go fix it. He says it's been a fun few weeks on this one. Imagine. I used to love creating and formatting a document. I think that's neat, really neat what you can do. I don't know. I've been out of the workforce so long that for me now it's hard for me to do things. I mean, at one point I would have been in an Excel document with no problem, and now I struggle. And they're so different from the versions that I used to use 10 years ago, believe me. So, I try to see if I can do it the way I remember doing it on the old document, but it doesn't always work because they're different. Anybody get anything done this time? Or did I miss that part? Jen would like to know what Kate does. I took a document when I became in charge of the department. I took a document that we had been using in not Word or Excel. What were we using? I can't remember what program we were using. And I totally redid it, trying to get as much information lined up better, more information on the page for each. It was a doctor handbook, hospital doctor, and all the information that might be needed for someone looking for a new doctor or hospital. Well, it's like, well, we need more lines in here in each one to include other information. So that's what I did. That I changed the mapping document we use. But the problem is, whenever I change something, I had to worry about the other girl who can't do anything. And if you change it on her, she's done for. If she can manage to learn the original and then you change it on her, she was done for. You should drive me crazy. And I was in charge. So if something went wrong, I got in trouble. She may have done it wrong, but I was the one that got in trouble. And I didn't get paid any more for it. That really irritated me. You're going to put me in charge, give me a title, give me more money. Put me in charge, tell me that she's equal and gets the same amount, and she doesn't know what she's doing and screws everything up. Really sucks. I used to write programs to clean up my data before entering it into the database. I had to be so careful with that, because if you go and find and replace something, you gotta really think it through, because if that combination can be found in a word, you can completely change a word to garbage. And they let me in the database, and I'm like, oh my God, every time I made a change, I was so afraid. So I wrote up a program to do it, because doing it one by hand would take me forever and a year. So I wrote this little program up and I ran it. And it's like, please don't there be any stupid mistakes in here. Government proposals. I work on government proposals, mostly on past performance writing, but I'm also the only non-management writer on staff. So I get to do all the major edit passes too. Never realized how hard it is for people to use things like commas and complete sentences before I started working. It's a lot worse now that we have texting and all that stuff, when people use, it took me a while to figure out what Amber was saying. IGG get my daughter. What? Then I finally figured that out. I will see you if you're still going when I get back. Now that part wasn't so difficult, but the GG, I had no idea. And I can't always figure those things out. And I write everything out. When I text, I don't use shortcuts. I use full sentences and punctuation. Jen Mooney says, that sounds like a good job. Jen says, editing is frustrating, isn't it? Okay, To Jenna. Oh yeah, it's a great job, but Lordy, it's great for reminding me how rare good writing actually is. Well, before I got in charge of the department, well actually no, it was in charge of the department. Then they brought somebody from the outside in, which made me mad because I had been doing it all that time and was in charge and was responsible for what happened in there. And then they go and bring somebody from the outside in. So I was really angry. And then I had to teach the guy because the guy's job had all, he was pretty much leaving. And so he could give him a few little bit of teaching before he left. And he's like, now what do I do? And I was like, man, this really sucks. Because I didn't have any choice but to teach him. So he was my replacement and I had to teach him. He was my boss. So I taught him. And he taught me some things, so I didn't feel quite as bad. And then I would write something up, and he says, oh, God, you write so much better than me. He goes, can you do all this writing? He goes, so I can turn it in. So because I can write and he couldn't, I had to also write all the reports up. I'm like, this is so unfair. I didn't get anything else, no added extra money for it, nothing. Jen agrees. Kay says to me, I give just about anything for a well-written program or SharePoint workflow to automate some of this proposal management stuff. Well, I did proposals. I worked on the templates and created the templates to be much better than they were. I wrote programs to automate. Because when the raw data comes in and you're looking at something, they don't care. They send a raw data sheet in. And it would be, if we were on disk, we were lucky. If it was in paper, it wouldn't do the same thing. As long as it was on a disk, I could run my program and I could capitalize where it needed to be capitalized. I could, fix the spellings of certain things that got misspelled all the time. I could make it all so that, all the streets became ST instead of street, but I had to be careful. Street was a tricky one. Avenue, so they were the same, but they were all, because they had to be reduced as much as possible to fit in that small space. So the program would run and clean the raw data up. In most of the cases, I didn't screw up. And then I had to put it into the actual database. That's where I got really scared. Because if I put that in, hi, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. I'm working on it. They had to send me home before arm was completely healed because there's nothing more they could do. My CAT scan was clear, so now it's just a matter of trying to keep food down. So I'm much better than when I went in, that's for sure. I'm glad to see you. I couldn't do as much as I did last time because I was in a different hospital. I didn't have access to the internet and keyboard that I had in the other hospital and the Wi-Fi. This one, they had Wi-Fi, but my charger didn't fit to me. So it was like constantly trying to do something, then charge it up for a while. Couldn't charge it while I was in bed. I only barely reach it from the chair. Definitely not a great hospital to be in. So I wasn't able to follow too many people's things because my phone I couldn't keep it charged enough, and it was so small. And they changed, of course, YouTube again, so I was trying to figure out how YouTube worked. Charlie said I had the same thing happen to me, and it took a while to build my stomach back up to be able to eat again. Yeah, that's where I'm at. And every time they would say, okay, we're going to go back to food again, very bland food, mind you, I would get a couple meals and then it would just get so bad and I'd be so nauseous and so many trips to the bathroom. And it's just like, I'd go back on clears again. I said, I can't do this. I'm sick to my stomach. I want to vomit. And I can't keep this food down. So we go back to clears and start all over again. So I finally got to the point where they said, well, your CAT scan's clear, so you're keeping most of it in, even though it's very bland. You're going home. So I came home last night. And I have to admit, I'm a little scared. I've been eating nothing but toast jelly and vegetable juice, which so far I've been able to tolerate. It's very nasty. Very nasty. Hopefully it was just an infection and not an autoimmune disorder. Because they said I'm really too old for that. But that doesn't mean anything because I do everything different than everybody else. So it's very possible that it could be an autoimmune, and I have to go get a colonoscopy to have a biopsy done to find out for sure whether it was just infection or autoimmune. And I really hope it's not autoimmune because I know people really suffer with Crohn's and ulceritis, ulcerative colitis, I think it's called. Either way, neither one of them is very pleasant, and I really hope that's not my issue. I have enough trouble right now with what I got. But they said they got to rule it out, and the only way they rule it out is to go have a biopsy done. So yeah, can't eat much. Really sucks. Hey, Stephanie. Nice to see you again. It says, hi, Stephanie. Nice to see everyone. Long week and a half. Still struggling. And I love food. And I can't have any. Not much. Very little food can I have. It really sucks. It's one of the things I live for is eating. This could go on for weeks, they said. And slowly start adding food back in one at a time and see if I can tolerate it. Very festive tonight. I have a Christmas tree. And thank my daughter for that. She put it up for me last night. I didn't even think about it when she was putting it up. It's right. It's in a perfect place. Now let's see. Did we want to do our fourth spread? Oh, it's time for my people. Oh, it's past time. Well, I'm not going to do it. Wait. Okay, I got a yes on that. If you want to do a tree, you'll have to put it in there before we start. We haven't been doing trees. Up to you. If you're still here, Charlie, I really like that book. Save the Cat Goes to the Movies. That is making it so much easier for me to understand. And I couldn't believe I could actually fit my story almost into one. And I kind of had the beats a little bit in the right spot. And I didn't do anything on purpose. It's just the way I wrote it. So I was pretty happy to see that. So I'm still reading it. I would recommend that one, well, way more than Save the Cat Writes a Novel. I could not stay in there. I just read a little bit and I'm like, oh. Oh, very festive right now. Okay, what do we got? Fine. There's my bars app. Let's see. Oh, neat. That's a nice one. Okay. Yeah, Charlie, I do. I wasn't sure when I started it. I thought, oh, it's going to be another one of those books. But when I started reading it and I realized, as they explained the different categories and the different beats and everything, I thought, this is so much better. It explains it so much better. It's so much easier to follow. And then I found my story was in so many different spots. I said, oh, well, that's where, yeah, that works. So, it was kind of like unconsciously sort of following the beats a little bit. So, but I'm understanding them now, and they go into so much detail, and the examples of the movies bit by bit for each beat, and I think that's really great. So I would definitely recommend that book to other people rather than to Save the Cat Writes a Novel. And I might even be able to maybe learn to outline a little bit from it, since it's the way it's set up. Might be able to do that. And with the suggestions on what each beat should be, it might even help me, figure out something to go there if I don't have something right away. So yeah, it's definitely the best I've read so far. I do appreciate you recommending that to me. I got Romancing the Beat too, but I didn't get a chance to read that, so I don't know how good that is. But I did get good bit into Save the Cat. It was just so hard because I had to keep it plugged in because it was running down my battery, and the cords are so short that they don't reach that far, and you plug it in in the hospital and it doesn't reach your bed, or, you know, if you're lucky, it might reach your chair. All right, so let's start our fourth spring. So, timer. Hopefully everybody who wants to do the tree has gone ahead and set it up. And I am going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. See you in 30 minutes. Charlie says, I really like that book too. I love that she used an 80s song for each piece so you can feel the emotion. Now, which book is that? The Romancing the Beat? So you get a chance to start that. Okay, Romancing the Beat. Yeah, I haven't get a chance to start that yet. I got really hooked in the other one, so I kept on reading. I figured if it was lousy, I had something else I could try reading. But I was really interested in it, so I just ordered a couple more off of for the Kindle. That was what saved me, is having the Kindle version that I could read on my phone, because I had nothing with me, and you know, so I'm like, but I had ordered them Kindle version, so I said, wait a minute, I know I can get the Kindle app for my phone, so I got the Kindle app, and I start reading that way. And I figured if I finished them up, I have plenty of books I could read, because I got the book, The Snowflake Method by Randy, whatever his name is, Inger or something or other. I had that I could read through. And I don't know, quite a few books. And I just ordered them and I don't always read them. So it came in handy having the Kindle app on my phone. Glad I thought of it. I tried to pop in on a couple streams, but it was so difficult with the phone and trying to keep it charged and not running down the battery. So I didn't spend too much time on YouTube this time like I did last time. That other hospital would have been much better, but they weren't taking patients, so I had to go somewhere else. Definitely not as upgraded as this new hospital. But I did have my own room, at least. I like the Snowflake method for generating ideas. Yeah, I only know a little bit about that. I read a little short piece on it, so I'm not sure. I seem to recall starting out slow and each time adding another layer to it or something, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, excuse me. Keep forgetting to change that. Oh, my fourth one. Okay. I think he had another book too. I think I bought both of his books. Or maybe I just got a sample. I don't remember. Definitely got the one. Normally I don't have a lot of time to read. But when you're sitting there in the hospital with nothing to do but watch the TV show and they keep showing the same stuff over and over again, it's like, I need something else. And since my daughter wasn't allowed to visit, it's not like I could ask her to bring me some stuff, you know. I had no paper, no pencil. I couldn't. I even had the nurse ask me for a pen to write the date on my IV. I'm like, well, in my purse I have a pen. She actually brought me my purse so I could give her a pen. I'm like, gee, I'm glad I didn't ask the nurse for a pen. She says it's impossible to find a pen out there. Good management. They don't keep you supplied with pens. I mean, granted, everything is computerized. You don't have to write in charts and stuff. But, they take notes and stuff like that. And write on the date on your IV so they know when it was put in. They had 4 IVs. They put 2 in my very first morning in the ER. 2 IVs. I'm like, what? So somebody told me later that said, well, they don't like contaminating the IV for the medicine with the blood, so they do it with 2 separate IVs. I'm like, great, but the one IV was no good, and it hurt really bad. So they finally had to take that one out. And then the good one quit working, so then they had to put another one in, and that was a lousy one. It started burning and hurting. Then I got moved over to another one. Like, oh, how many am I going to get before I get out of here? All right. Well, I guess I should get back to this application. It's not filling itself out. At least I don't think it is. I want to know how much value is in my bank. Now, see, this is where it sucks. I'm filling out my Medicaid slip, and they want to know how much value is in my bank. Well, I just got paid. The bills haven't gotten paid yet. So the value in my checking account is not a true value. It's only because I just got paid. All that's going to go out when the bills get paid. That really sucks. I'm not going to fill that out yet. I'm going to wait a little bit and see if some of the bills get paid before I put that balance in there. Spouse income. Not applicable. Do not have a spouse. Do not have a spouse. Oh. Beneficiary. Half the stuff in this application, I have no free idea what they're saying. Kate says, I'm sorry, I'm super tired from work today, and I'm staring down another few hours of work. So I'm calling in the night. So glad you're back and okay. See you all next time. Well, bye, Kate. Thanks for showing up. See you another time. Glad everybody showed up tonight. Good night, Charlie. Thanks for stopping by. See you again soon. There's so many bruises. It hurts. I'm not sure who's still here. Not too many. Fill out that section. Find out how much is in my bank account. Make copies of my bank statement. What to do about oh, I need more workspace. This is not true. Okie dokie. Another 30 minutes sprint down. Alright, so Kate and Charlie are both left. Whoever's left, did you get anything done? I got most of my Medicaid folder filled out. Now I'm trying to find the proofs that I need. And that means going through a lot of folders, which means cleaning out folders, which wasn't exactly my idea when I started this. But I have to go through it page by page, looking for certain things. So I might as well clean it out while I'm doing it. So I think Jen's still. I'm not sure who else is still. I guess if I feel ambitious, I could always make a new panel for my and color scheme if I wanted to for my StreamYard. I don't feel like doing anything else. Remember how I did it though? It's been a while since I did that. It's been teal ever since I started. I'm slowly turning over to purple for a lot of things. I could make it purple. I'd have to create a new. Jen got 804. Great. Oh, good, you're still here. And Mom. Okay, I'm here rendering a video. Okay, great. I was wondering, I'm thinking, I don't see anybody but Jen. So many things there written by Charlie that it moved you all the way up. I forgot you were still here. Sorry about that. I'm glad you're still here. I need to reinstall all of my editing programs and get them working so I can start editing my videos again. And they should edit a lot faster than what they did on the old machine. The Jen got 804 words, and that's a lot of words. So that was a good job. I assume you're writing more romance stories for your ghostwriting. I know I feel terrible. I want so much to eat something regular. If I do it, I would just push myself backwards. So I have to convince myself that I really don't want anything else. Even though part of me wants something different than what I've been eating. I don't want to push back the progress I've managed to make so far. Screw it all up. I have to start all over because it's not pleasant. And I don't know at what point it would go back to being a problem. They couldn't give me an idea. They only told me it could take a couple weeks. And then slowly add things in and see how I react. But I want something different now. So Jen is finishing a series tonight for someone. Okay, cool. And then she has a handful of things that she's working on. I have not touched my blog since I got sick, so of course I'm way behind on that again, and I need to do that. But before I can do any of the fun stuff, like the writing and the blogging and all that, I have got to get this Medicaid thing cleared up and on its way to Medicaid. Because the last thing I need is to lose my Medicaid insurance. But I don't know exactly what I need. I need to show proof that I the things changed because I changed from a regular Medicare Advantage plan to regular Medicare, and there was a change in I stopped paying $70 a month for the Medicare Advantage plan, and I got to find another one. She says I just took on another client. Sighs, I'm insane. Well, girl, you're never lack for something to do, I guess. And in the pocketbook, it certainly helps. Maybe tired. I went through a long period of being super tired, working a full-time job and an almost full-time job at the same time, and going to school. I thought I was going to kill myself. Yeah, Jen, I think I'm going to be on for a while. I'm feeling okay, so I don't feel a need to leave. If I do get sick and have to go, I'll probably just sign off at that point. But it'll tell you if I'm still alive. So if you come back, I'm not here. Just know that I got sick and couldn't continue. But so far, right now, I feel all right. So I plan on being here. So go have good time with your daughter. Do it while you can because, you know, she may not change, but most of them do tend to change. It's good that she's still still into that. I think it's great. So I'll see you when you get back if I'm still here. Because I'm going to keep, even if I don't have anybody, I mean, Tamama's still here at the moment. Even if I don't have anybody, I'll continue running sprints just to help myself keep accountable because I have so much I have to do. And then hope for new people to join in. Because as the night goes on, different people pop in, you know, different time areas and stuff. So it's possible. It's been 3 hours. Believe it or not, it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. So not doing too bad for my first day back. Still feeling pretty good. Still want something to eat besides what I've been eating. And if I take the chance and it's a wrong move, I'm going to pay for it. So I have to decide, do I want to take a chance and pay for it, or do I want to be a good girl? So I'll see you later. Okay, Tamama. Looks like it's you and me. Are you still here, or do you have to head off too? This would be nice to have company. But I understand if you can't. Some people have responsibilities. I don't have very many of them. I'm still here, but I gotta get laundry in a few minutes. Are you going to leave or get the laundry and come back? Should I say goodnight now? So I don't miss it while I'm doing the next sprint? Because I'm going to just keep going even if I am here alone. But if you got to go and you can't come back, then you got to go. But if you're coming back, I'll keep my eye out for you. Trying to think of what's in the refrigerator. It might be on my list of foods I can eat. Mama says I do want to. I'm not leaving, just going to grab it during a sprint. Okay. And then you do want to write some. Okay, great. Wonderful. That's fine. I'll set another 30 minutes and we will get started so you can go get your laundry. And then hopefully you'll be able to write soon. I don't know if I'm going to get to writing or not tonight because I have to find as much of this stuff as I can. And it's a long process of going through this. I should have cleaned this filing cabinet out a long time ago, and I know that. And I left it, and now it's like the last minute mess. But I can't leave it because I only get so many days to get my application in. So let me get the our fifth. Let me get I think I might have a fifth pen. Maybe not. If not, I'll just put spraying on. Let me get it started so you can go get your laundry. I set it for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Change the banner. Let's see what I got. I got a fifth one. Okay. There we go. Maybe I should make a couple more. I got fifth. So I want to enter this one as sixth. I tend to talk to myself. I'm sorry. Curious. See if I can go. Edit. Fifth banner. What does it do if I do that? That's what I was looking for. Cool. Now I know how to do it. Alright, if I make a new branding, I have to remember I'm tired of the scrolling ticker, so I wanted to try. Couldn't figure out how to get this big banner in there. Takes off my name, but I don't care. I just have to turn the banner off after each thing, and then my name should pop back up. But I like that better than the other ones. to-do list for tomorrow. Don't want to lose that because there are a lot of things I have to do tomorrow. One of them to get out of bed before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hard to do all the things on your list when you don't get up to the last minute. All right, let's see. Fifth sprint, edit. Let's see what this does. I won't put the try something here. That works. Sort of. What else? Yeah, well, don't like that. Try to see if this one. My name's up there, so I don't really need it down here. Okay. So that's another 30 minutes down. That was number 5. I just dropped a bunch of stuff on the floor and where did the rest of it go? I know I dropped more than that. Oh, there they are. All right. That back over here. Go back over here. That was the 5th. Okay. So how did we do to Mama? Get your laundry done? I'm going through folders, and the noise I made, I should have muted myself. The noise I made was me ripping certain things out that I don't want to go into the recycle. I need to bring that over here because I'm making a mess. I'm definitely making a mess. Recycle bag. Oh, if I can get it from here. I could just throw it directly in the bag. She's so spoiled. Oh, Jen. Spoiled in a good way, I hope. Mama says Sandra is still wet, but I deleted 256 words. Well, I'm sorry the laundry's still wet. Deleted 256 words. I hope that was a good thing. I always hate when I have to delete words, especially if I'm not putting more in to replace it. I went through quite a few piles of paper. Nowhere near done looking for what I'm looking for. And I'm trying to straighten up as I go along and put things together that should be together. I'm not a great filer. Even my electronic files are a mess. I'm just not a filer. Midnight laundry. Jennifer says it makes me tired too, but I have to write. She's going to grow up so fast and then you'll miss it. At least I guess you'll miss it. I never had that with my kids. I wasn't planning on doing files tonight. But until I can find the paperwork for my Medicaid, I got to go through the files. I'm not exactly sure which file I need to look at. That makes it even harder. Plus, during that, I stopped and made notes for maybe making a whole new banner. I don't know if you can see, like, I don't know if you can see my cursor, actually. But if you can see my cursor, this piece here, this piece, this piece, this piece are all in a, it's a brand. I don't know what I don't know if there's an actual term for what I just made. The overlay. So that's the current overlay. And I was thinking about maybe changing it since I'm using purple now for my thumbnails in my Instagram template. If maybe I should just do complete different overhauls to give me a couple different things so that I can change it up a little bit. I like this. I like the teal. I like teal better than purple. But I want to change. So in the middle of that, I stopped and started taking notes on what I needed to do to make a new overlay. And they take several times usually because I have to try it out and I have to put it on and I have to run a test and I have to see what it looks like with my timer up there. If it's covering anything, it shouldn't be. And of course, now that I switched to the thicker sprinting banner that covers up the bottom right hand corner almost. So I either have to do that, click like and subscribe and move it over some, make it smaller, take it off. But then the background where you see the wooden pieces now would be purple, solid purple. Unless I put flowers or something on it. I don't know. One day when I have nothing to do, I have to get on Canva and start messing around. Because that's where I did it on. But I don't even remember the size at this point that it has to be. It has to be a certain size or it won't fit right. So I need to find out the size. I may have to see if I can pull up a video on StreamYard overlays. That would give me that information. I'll find the notes I took, but probably be easier to try to find new ones than to look for the ones I did. It's such a mess here. It isn't funny. Okay. So, I gather Jen didn't get anything read. Written while she was spoiling her daughter. So, if you're ready, we'll start sprint number 6. So, Jen, please set up a tree and we will get started. Oh, what a mess I have. I wonder if it'll ever be cleaned up. I mean, I've been a mess all my life, so I can't see that I'll suddenly be a super organized person. It's not in my genes. Okay, here we go. Definitely not in my genes. I got 2304 points now. I can definitely buy me. Ooh. Wow. I can definitely buy me some new trees. That is beautiful. Let's see. A pumpkin with a Christmas. They must have, because the one that I was showing was the forsythia that I bought, the purple forsythia, but it was all decorated. So they must have automatically decorated it because I didn't do anything to it. That was really neat looking. Okay, so we are ready to start another 30 minutes. Number 6 will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, back door. Yes, I was muted. No wonder nobody answered me. I was saying how I got involved in reading my book for my medical services. And I asked how you guys did. And of course I was muted, so nobody heard any of that. Oh, I got so involved I missed the timer even. Let's see, Mama. I missed that one. Gotta fix up the scene where I'm killing off a character I really like. Don't you hate that? I had to kill somebody off in mine. And it's like, she's such a sweet young thing. I mean, granted, she was messing around with a married man, but she wasn't that bad person. But I killed her off. So Mama says I did a lot of staring at the screen. Well, I was staring at the book. You were staring at the screen. We got a lot accomplished that time, didn't we? I don't know what Jen was doing. Were you writing, Jen? Looks like the rest of us are off in La La Land. We just need to edit half of it. Well, and then you'll be done, or just need to edit the half that you just wrote. The half that I rewrote this book. So you already rewrote it, and now you have to edit it. That sucks. That's what I've been calling it. Rewriting and editing. Reading my healthcare booklet right now. Most of this is information I do not need at this point in my life. I love this. Because I have Medicaid. Yeah. Because I have Medicaid, they're allowed to come in and take my estate. I have to laugh at the word estate because I have nothing. I live in public housing because I can't afford to live in an apartment that is, fully paid for by me. So the state pays for part of my apartment. And I have a super old car that's not worth anything. That's the extent of my assets. And they're talking about how they're going to, take my assets if I die. And then it says on there that they can't take more, like if I have like whatever's in my bank account, they can't take more than is necessary for a decent burial. I don't even have enough money for a burial, decent or otherwise. I have nothing. But all these are written, how they're going to recover the money that I used from my estate, which makes me laugh. Now, my dad was a different story. He had a house and a car, a newer car. And, he had stuff that was worth something. Whereas I have nothing, and they're still talking about a state recovery. I'm like, I don't have enough money to get buried. Poor kids are going to get stuck. I can't have a savings account, even if I had money to save in it. It's not allowed. Can't have more than $2,000 in assets in my checking account. Don't even make that much a month. So if you put it in my account looks not too bad. But that's before the bills are paid. Once the bills are paid, there's nothing in there. Interesting. Really interesting. I've got to eat something, but what is the big question? Really don't want another piece of toast. I need to stop reading this stuff. I'm not getting anything done. I'm not appealing, so I really don't need to know what I need. Anything about that right now. It's not necessary. Okay. So, let's see here. Well, oh, I missed some. Jen said she did 888 words and the series is done. So that's cool. Then you just need to edit half of it. It sounds like you're getting somewhere at least. God, I keep doing that and it hurts. I got bruises all over from all those needle sticks. They took blood every single day. He changed my IVs all over. I had 4 different IVs. He had bruises all over my arms. They ripped off half my skin, it felt like, each time. I still have my hospital band on. Still there. All right. So, let's see, the last that Tamama wrote is where she was killing off a character she really likes. Did you effectively kill your character off? Jen's doing a Grammarly run right now. See, I have it on while I'm writing, so I can see right away where there's an issue, which is probably part of the reason why I'm forever fixing mistakes instead of doing what I'm supposed to be doing. July 9th. That's written in Spanish. Hardly think I need that page. Couldn't read it if I wanted to. Gotta eat something. I gotta eat something. Come on, Marie. Yeah, he's very dead right now. Coroner's up. Oh, wow. But you like them. I'm just I have 2 dead people in mine. When I was thinking about the story, I decided it was necessary to kill 2 people. One of which would have been the prime suspect. And without her, they have to look elsewhere. She obviously did not do it since she's dead. She could have killed the other person. But it wasn't suicide, so she didn't kill herself. Part of it's in another language, but part of it's in English. I got that song, Go to Your Skippy Place. Have you seen that commercial? I got the song running through my head. Go to your skippy place. Gosh, all things. You're running through my head right now. That. Gloucester County Provider Directory. Hospitals. Hopefully, that's the one in Burlington County. Virtual West Jersey. Health System Voorhees. That's where I was. I think. Guess I should keep that. I think they kept this for a reason. Let's see, Tamama writes, I've been wondering if I should put up the short stories they wrote for Nano somewhere. There are side stories for this whip, which is why I'm not sure about it. Well, if you put them somewhere and mention that you have a longer piece that goes with it, if you're planning on publishing that longer piece, you may be able to garner some interest from the short stories to someone looking for your longer piece. Or if you're like me, you're going to put the whole thing online. I mean, I'm personally going to put mine on my blog. But if you don't have a blog, A lot of people use Wattpad, and I really don't know whether it's good, bad, or I've heard good things and I've heard bad things about it. So I don't know. Yeah, I need to keep this because it says no longer need referrals, which is cool. Yes, we keep that one. Well, you can put, yeah, I mean, I think they might, like garner interest. Just let them know that they're connected to another piece. And there were 2 pieces, so essentially it's 3 pieces. The 3-piece work. I mean, I think it's a pretty good idea. I like the idea. Works for me. I have a cardiologist, so I don't see any reason to keep the printout of the cardiologist since I picked one already. Just more paper to keep out. Okay. Thomas says, I wonder about how that would affect publishing though. And also since it takes place 8 years prior, it's kind of different. Oh. Well, you can always just publish them somewhere as individual short stories and not refer to the fact that that it has anything to do with your main piece that you want to publish. Yeah, because I don't know how that stuff would work with publishing. Because you don't want to take away from the publishing of your big piece. And you say it's a different tone, so they're not really the same. It's not a continuation on, really, if you did them in a different tone. Where were you planning on publishing the short stories? Interesting. I just found information on congestive heart failure that she sent me a while ago, before I was diagnosed with it. I was just going to put it on my website as blog interest. Well, that's what I'm doing. And I see nothing wrong with it. If you have a blog, do you have a short story section where you could, post links to each individual entry so that someone looking for short stories or long stories, if you're putting long stories in there, a story section, a page, and then on that page you would put links to each individual one that'll take them directly to the story to read. I mean, that's what I'm going to do. I already have a couple up there. I have a lot of short stories up there. And then I have the memoir I was working on, which is halfway up there. So you could make one, not much on the site yet. Yeah, even if there was a lot on your site, you could still add a page. And I would, label it something to the effect of short stories or something like that. So if someone's looking for, and then every now and then I would post the blog post saying that if you're looking for a short story to read, check out my short stories and put a link to that page. And then from that page, they can choose what story they want to go to, and you would have a link to the story. Because in order to put it on there, you have to post it first. So the first post, some people are going to read it. And then you take that link and put it on a page so that they're all together in one place. And that way you just every now and then post a thing saying if you're interested in reading some short stories I wrote, check out my short story page and put a link to it. I think that would be very good. That's how I would handle it. I'm not I don't know a lot about it, but that's how I handle it. And I think that's a good idea. You're always going to get the initial people reading who read the blog. And then if you want to get new people that haven't seen it, because, they start to move down as you post new stuff, I post a reminder every now and then to check out my, page. And some of the new people will go and read it because they didn't know about it. I always think that, putting that up there is a good thing. And an occasional reminder does not hurt. That's funny. She sent me that info. Congestive heart failure medication log. She sent me a lot of stuff on congestive heart failure before I even knew I had it. Interesting. When did she send that? She introduced herself on there. Oh, it was after I was diagnosed, so it's not new. Letterhead said she's new, but she's not new. Jen says when you publish them, add it, make it like deleted scenes or something, assuming you're not using them. Yeah, she wrote separate stories too. She ran out of story and still had words left. So she wrote 2 short stories that are before, I think 8 years before the main story. Depends on how you want to do that. If you're just going to publish them as stories, or if you want to link them to the main web. because they're a prelude to your main whip. So I'm not sure how many people would want to go backwards after reading your main one, especially since you killed off the one character and then you wrote this short story. They may want to read the short stories first before they read the main whip. Because it would be kind of confusing if you publish the whip, they read it, and then they go and they see the short stories, and then you read it and realize that that guy that they're reading about is dead in the piece they already wrote. Yeah, poor guy. They wrote a kind of happy type story beforehand, and then poof, he's dead. I think they should be before the whip because you do kill them. So I think they should be read beforehand. And you can always put in there, a note that you're publishing the main story. You might want to wait until you have that information so you know you can put in there, I'm publishing this such a date. If you're doing it indie, where you're planning on publishing it, or if you're going to go the traditional way, it'll be published by XXX House on such and such a date. They could read on with no hint that you're about to murder the guy. Traditional is where you might run into problems. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about traditional. I don't know anything about indie, really. But I know you have more control in indie. But if you're going traditional, they may not want you publishing those stories if they're related. They may have a problem with that. Which I hadn't really thought about at first, but yeah, they might. Yeah, you could do that. Show it to some friends. It's too much paperwork, really. Is this the one that goes with that? Ten two. Yeah, this is the back. 10. They can't even copy and put it in order. They end up just making such a mess. And they're sending me copy after copy after copy. And I have to, whatever that is, shred all this paperwork because it's got my personal information on it. the heck is this? That's part of this one. Probably have these pages in here already. Just self-publish it. A good idea. And you could release another book with just the extras. Those are popular. Yeah, right. And actually, you could write a few more. Make it a collection of short stories that go with the book. Certainly a good idea. I like that idea. Right, this is already in here, so it doesn't need it. Alright. I didn't plan on cleaning this folder out. It's kind of a waste of time. But it's now clean. And let's go this way because the staples are up here. Yeah, so it's right going this way. Okay. Yeah, this goes right now to the workout. So we need to add some. That's what I'm saying. You could write a few more short stories and make that a separate thing. I don't know if I would confuse people with before and afters. I mean, you said you wrote the first two before your with. If you were to add this as a side book and then make it before and after, it might be a little bit confusing. Yeah, 6K. I would add a few more if you could, if you have any more ideas. Maybe you can take each character and do a little short story about each one, about their life before they were in your main whip. You know, something to do, because like you said, the one ends up dying in the whip, and he's alive in the piece you just wrote. And, you know, maybe you could write one about each of your characters before their life and, you know, happened in the whip. Yeah. Oh, there's Medline. Look at that. Life before the unfortunate who dies. Yeah. And if you do one for each character before that whole thing happens, because you would want them to read that first. You wouldn't want them to read that he died and whatever happened to those people and then put out a book with, unless you put it out as a prequel to whatever your main whip is. If I got that right, prequel? It's beforehand, right? Prequel? Sequel is afterwards, so prequel, I believe, is beforehand. So it would be a prequel to your work in progress. So you could advertise it that way, and they would know that it comes before. So if they choose not to read the prequel and just go to the main book, well, that will be their own fault if they go back later on and read it because you said prequel on it. A definite idea to think about. And if you had enough words, you could, like she said, indie publish the whole thing and control, put out the prequel first. If it's good enough to catch their attention, they'll want to read the main piece afterwards. And then they'll find that the unfortunate dude dies. They may not want to read it if they find out that he's dead. Why go back? You know what I mean? Like, who would want to read backwards? Even though Star Wars, they put out one section and then they put the actual first ones out at a later date. That doesn't usually work. You're not George Lucas. I have got to eat something. Again. I just don't know what. I'm going to find my paper. If I can see what I'm allowed to have. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. So flesh out the ones you got ready. Try to see if you can write a few more based on any other characters that you have in there. Think back to what their life was like before they were in your main story. I think that would be pretty neat, actually. And if it's a collection of short stories, they wouldn't have to be long. Super long, anyhow. Hopefully those ideas help. Well, did we want to start another sprint? Because I've got some, I have to go eat again. So I want to get you guys started on another sprint if you want to. You up for another sprint? Okay, great. Then let's do it. Since I took on a few extra jobs that I planned on doing tonight, didn't find the information I need yet. Okay. Let's see what we got this time. Yeah, they must have gone ahead and put all Christmas stuff to decorate all their different trees. It's neat. Okay, cool. All right, let's get this one started. I can find out what I can eat and see what I have in this house to eat. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okie dokie. I'll probably forget I'll mute it again. Don't be surprised. That went entirely too fast. I just took a pill for nausea because I just tried something and stomach didn't like it. So I spent the time eating. Didn't do anything. I searched through my papers to see what I could or couldn't have. Because I was thinking about maybe popcorn, but it says no corn. So popcorn is corn. So I didn't have that. It says I can have meat. So I had some in the freezer that was cooked. So I heated that up and wasn't too happy about that. And I had a few nuts, but I don't know, couldn't find for sure whether nuts are yes or no. So, all right. So Jen got 840. So you're just shy of, if I'm not remembering wrong, 888. You said you needed to finish. So you're just shy. Tamama did 142. Tamama's going to go to bed. It's 2 a.m. Yes, it is 2 a.m. You are right. We've been at this 6 hours. Well, I have. So good night. Thank you for coming. Still early in California. You're welcome for the host, and I'm glad I was able to show up this time. Oh, Jen says she has to get up at 6, so she might go to bed too. Well, I shouldn't be staying up late after just getting out of the hospital, so it's probably a good idea just to end it here. Well, unfortunately, you gotta go to stupid work, so sometimes you just have to give in and give up what you really want to do and do what you don't want to. I am kind of not feeling well after eating that food. We've been slammed. I need all the energy I can get. Yeah, I understand that. And I'm definitely not feeling well after eating that food. It didn't agree with my stomach. And my sugars were low, so I have to get them up. So hopefully, only part of what I just ate is going to give me any carbs. So maybe I ought to have another glass of vegetable juice. Maybe that'll bring my sugar up to a point where it's not too low. And then I should try going to sleep myself, because I don't sleep much in the hospital. Thank you. It's good to be back, too. I missed it while I was gone. Really missed it. Wasn't a lot I could do, though. So thanks, Jen. Okay, so we're going to end it here. It's almost 6 hours. It's more than I planned on doing. And now I'm not feeling so well. So I'm going to go ahead and end it now, I guess. You guys are going to bed. And I should go to bed myself. Get something else for my stomach. Work on this stuff tomorrow. I got a whole list of 2 things to do tomorrow, too. Where is that? I need that. I gotta make all those phone calls. I'm fine. Banging my cell phone hit the floor so many times in the hospital, it wasn't funny. Good night. Yeah, I'll try to set up one for Thursday. think I'll wait till tomorrow to see how I feel after what I just ate and see how my stomach reacts. I don't want to set up one that I have to cancel again at the last minute. Not that I want to go back to the hospital, so I'm trying not to go back to the hospital. All right, that's my to-do list for tomorrow. I put that there. Good night, everybody.